All right, I apologize. That's giving some positive price action for the market. Qs are still putting in lower highs. Russell 2000 also potentially putting in lower highs. But inverted head and shoulders patterns are on watch. So Google's looking like the very bullish chart right now. Google is looking very bullish at this point in time. But again, I apologize about the stream. We did go down. We had a power failure. Still holding my coin short, snap short, my NVDA put, and my Russell put. So yeah, I do apologize about that stream. We did go down due to a power failure, but we are back in action now. It's so frustrating when that happens, but nevertheless, nothing has really changed. We're still holding a short on coin. Here we go. It is coming in. We're nicely in the money again. Still holding this breakout trend line, but you haven't really confirmed on the 10-minute chart, and you're below pre-market low. Bitcoin is holding on right now, but it was negative earlier in the session on a weak dollar. So the dollar really has subsided here and has given the markets every reason to continuation bounce. Yields have turned green on the session. So watching those long end yields, they could force the Russell. That's one of the reasons why I'm taking shorts on the Russell or puts on the Russell here, because I am seeing those yields starting to flip to the green side. Right now you do have the SPY up 0.7, Russell up 1.24, QQ up 0.8. So the Russell is the best performing indice as of now. Qs are again testing that range break of this little bearish formation. If it breaks to the downside, we could see a flush, but again, if it holds, you could still be carving out a right shoulder here to have an inverted head and shoulders break. We're watching it closely on the patterns. Take a look at this CMND. This one is looking like it wants to potentially break out today. Nice little hourly bull flag pullback, boom. It's trying to break out of this flag pattern. So watching that for a continuation move to the upside. Apple's still near the lows of the session, but you have now Microsoft moving higher. NVIDIA is just remaining relatively stuck in a range here. NVIDIA's just been stuck in a bear range. So also creating that same similar wedge pattern. And you can arguably say you've actually broken below it. So watching NVIDIA. Dixie's starting to curl up. Now you have Bitcoin trying to go back to the negative side and break down. And keep the big level that on Bitcoin that you wanted to hold was this 43.8 level. 43.8 level was this previous pivot, this wide range red bar. That's a daily chart level. I still think there's a chance Bitcoin can actually retest this lower boundary range. Still holding a 198.0 DT put on the IWM, snap short, coin short, and a put on NVIDIA, and a Micron short as well. TUP long, CMND long. All right, so we just had one sector turn red, which is energy. XLE just turned red on the session. And that's because there's weakness in oil today, slightly down. Let's take a peek at the natural gas chart right now. Nat gas is ripping up 3.5%, heading into, all right, new lows on Apple. New lows on Apple. Take a look at our coin position now. That is firming up nicely. Our NVDA put is now starting to print some profits, but I want it to go in the money at 484. Take a look at the SPY, big breakdown on the SPY. QQQ, we warned you about the Qs. We said whichever way it's going to break, if it was upside, it's bullish. If it's downside, it's bearish. We're getting that big bearish break on the Qs, guys. Nice big bearish break. Apple just made a new low on the trend. Tesla's tapping pre-market low. Microsoft's testing pre-market low. Apple's below pre-market low. Google getting rejected at pre-market high. Amazon's just trading in a kind of a zone here. Come on, flush it down. Come on, baby, flush it down. Downside target of this breakdown takes you to 404.44. Still holding a snap short, Micron short, NVIDIA put, IWM put, which is almost in the money. So as soon as this Russell 2000 0 DTE play goes in the money, I will be looking to take profits. Still holding a high risk lotto play, NVIDIA 484 0 DTE put. Take a look at Apple. I warned you that Apple is telling us something. Remember how I said earlier in the stream, Apple's telling us that the market wants to go lower. Just take a look at that sell side program on Apple. Bounce lower high, bounce lower high. Apple's going lower. I have a level on Apple around 194 for a potential long trade. So keep eye of that level. So Apple actually did go negative on the session. You still have the all indices green, but Apple just went negative. If we look at some of the mega cap lists right now, you have Apple negative, Microsoft up 0.3%, definitely off of the highs. Amazon's up 0.47, Google's up 1.23, Nvidia's up 1, Tesla's up 1, Meta's up 0.6, some strength in healthcare, UNH, J&J. You have Chevron that's negative now as well. Cisco's negative, Netflix is negative, Comcast negative. So some weakness creeping into communications. We'll see if the XLC sector actually goes negative as well. Snapchat, we're still holding that Snap short. Take a look at Snap. That is also now in the money at that 1691 entry area. Still holding my coin short as well. We're slightly in the money. NVDA is starting to break down a little bit more now. Russell 2000 still looking for a move down to 198. QQQ getting a little bit of a potential consolidation. Bear flag. We got the range break. Now you're putting in a bear flag. Again, technically speaking, you still could be forming a right shoulder here. The bullish pattern is not done, but it just has swung. Since we got a break of this wedge, it has swung the probabilities in favor for more continuation to the downside. And Apple keeps selling here, guys. Apple is still selling. All right, Amazon's breaking now. Microsoft's testing pre-market low. If Microsoft goes negative, this market could be in trouble here. If Microsoft goes negative, this market could be in trouble. Apple's still trickling down, guys. Sell side pressure coming in the largest company. Typically, the market does follow Apple's lead. All right, NVIDIA is now participating in the downside, so we're getting a little bit of a micro bear flag break. Come on, NVIDIA. Send it lower. Snap, we're in the money. Coin, we're in the money. NVIDIA, we're in the money nicely. IWM, we're in the money in some profits, but I want those 0 DTEs to print. So again, please take this time to definitely check out my Trading Capital Discord. I run a day trading and swing trading service. You can find the website here. And we have been absolutely crushing it in recent sessions. Even in this live day trading room, we've absolutely been printing profits. Already closed 4 winners today, 1 neutral trade, so 5 trades. We're already in the money on our 6th trade, our 7th trade, our 8th and 9th trade. So we have another 4 trades on the docket right now, and we are in the money on all of them. So right now, it's we're looking at potentially a 9 for 9 wins and 1 draw. That is epic, epic, epic trading. It's all live here, free, trying to educate members as we progress. So again, I encourage you to at least subscribe to my channel if you have not subscribed already. Bear flag on cat. Where are you getting these UDT puts on NVIDIA from? My broker only has weeklies. Check with your broker then, Dane. I don't know who you're using, but NVIDIA is one of the most liquid stocks in the market. It has everything available. Nevertheless, let's take a look at cat. You're looking at cat. I'll take a peek there in a second. All right, markets are getting a little bit of a bounce here. So if we flip back to the QQQ, we are getting a bounce. Still downside target has triggered. Let's look at cat for Dane. Bear flag. What time frame are you looking at? Are you just looking for a day trade? Bear flag. So daily chart is actually bullish. You're just getting a nice little pullback, a lighter volume into the short-term moving average. Let's take a look at the 10-minute chart. 10-minute chart, you had that hard sell-off just like Apple. It could be a bear flag, and yeah, you're right. It could actually go a little bit lower to about this 285 zone. But it is technically oversold. You're getting a bounce. I do think it makes a new low, though, in the trend. So if you're looking to short it, I would potentially wait for, let me just do a quick retrace of this move. I would at least wait till this 289.49. That's your minimum retrace. If you're more conservative, you wait for this 382 fib level, matching up with this kind of pivot zone and this bigger range breakdown. But it is looking a little bit weak there, cat. Definitely. Obviously, the market is also looking weak here as we progress. And again, I apologize for the stream going down. We did have that power failure, but we're back in the swing of things, still holding profits, still holding lots of profits here. All right, so markets are catching a nice little bid here. Apple's still at the lows of the session, so not really participating in the market bounce, but everything else did participate. Semis are getting a nice little bounce here. But again, Apple's just looking like to be a drag on this market. Still holding my NVIDIA put, 0DTE, still holding my coin short, still holding my IWM 198 put as well, 0DTE. Micron, still holding that short. Snapchat, trying to move up against us. Again, I'm only going to add to Snap if it fills this gap at 1707. IWM is getting a nice little move, but the Qs are still weak. So again, the Qs are weak because of Apple. But indices are trying to move up here. And again, the markets are trying to bounce here, but Apple's just keeps going lower. It is negative on the session. Microsoft's the next mega cap about to go negative. It's only up 0.18%. So when you have the two biggest companies in the world, it's hard for this market to stay buoyant when they're selling in Microsoft and Apple. Microsoft is losing pre-market low, so watch for continuation weakness. Nat gas is up 3.7%. Inventories on nat gas are about to come out, guys, so keep your eye on nat gas. I want to trade this if we get a dip. If nat gas dips back into this 233 range, we will be trading it on the long side. So keep nat gas on watch. Inventories are set to come out very shortly here. Maybe they actually came out at 10:30. Let me just double check that. They may have come out already. I think they actually came out. Oh yeah, sorry, they did come out. It was a minus 87 billion drawdown, so better than expected demand on nat gas, which is why it's actually ripping higher here. So interesting price action, definitely. All right, so now you have the markets trying to firm up here. You do have the markets trying to firm up here. Qs are potentially putting in a right shoulder curling action. We'll see if this turns out to be an inverse head and shoulders. There is that potential. Coin is moving up as well. Apple's catching a bid. Bitcoin's moving up. All right, guys, coin is moving up here. It's trying to break out of a flag pattern. More sell side pressure continuing in the Qs, though. Still have Apple down 0.25%. We have already closed 5 winners today. Still in a couple other trades. Slightly in the money on our NVDA put. Kind of flat on our... Oh, Coinbase is getting a big rip here, guys. Coinbase is getting a big rip. I'm going to add to my Coinbase short at 169 Pierce. 169 Pierce. We only have a starter position on coin. I could have added here, but I didn't. I'm going to wait for 169 because we are seeing Bitcoin starting to move up here. Big push in Bitcoin coming in, trying to recapture that 44,000 area. Big push in Bitcoin coming in. Qs are still putting in a bear flag. So you have Bitcoin now diverging slightly. It's gone back to the positive side. If we get a 169 Pierce on coin, I will add. A 169 Pierce, I will add to our coin short. Right now it's just a 1/4 position. We are back above pre-market. NVIDIA is still selling off a little bit here. Still in the money on Micron nicely. I'm wanting to ride that one a little bit lower. Snap, we're slightly down on the trade. Qs are still in the bearish range here, trying to potentially break out of it. Let's see our Russell 2000 IWM. That's actually trying to break out here. Still putting in lower highs though. And again, Apple's still weak, but it's firming up now. Apple's now firming up. And again, you're now forming another wedge pattern on the Russell. Whichever way it breaks, if it breaks to the upside, it's bullish. We can actually get a move up to double top. If it's bearish, then we could actually get a move. You know, it does open up the chances of a move to gap fill. Time will tell, though. But there is a chance with Apple selling and still being negative that we could get this market to gap and crack. Price is starting to curl up a little bit. All right, Tesla's getting a big push. Microsoft, Apple, all the Qs are pushing up here. So you are getting some strength in the Qs. All right, so the inverse head and shoulders is firming up to be a little bit more, have some more validity here. Again, Apple's still under pre-market low, which means it's in bearish environment. So shorts on the Qs still should be favored with the largest weighted stock. potentially falling. CMND, I warned you about this one. I said watch out for this hourly bull flag pattern. It's now breaking up to the high side. We are up about 6% on CMND, and I think this one could actually squeeze all the way up to about this previous resistance, 685. And if things get really, really bullish, 1190. This company is working on a compound to help with cocaine addictions, reducing the addictive properties of cocaine. So it's certainly something that can move quite drastically. We are already trading on the session. Let me just see the amount of volume. So volume currently on CMND is around super light, 72,000 shares. So it's a light volume name. I do not encourage anyone putting full port in this. Very, very small position sizing is probably the smarter thing to do. SPY is still technically above this daily chart resistance trend line. Technically, that is bullish. If SPY is holding above that, that is bullish. Will we close above that though? And you could be forming a little bit of a head and shoulders now on SPY. You can see it like this. Their neckline break would be here. So watching SPY, because it could be forming a little bit of a head and shoulders, and this would be a pretty big downside move. A lot of distribution. You are putting in higher lows, which supports the thesis. Sorry, lower highs, which supports the thesis for more downside. But we'll just have to watch it closely. JP Morgan really hasn't participated in the bounce, still looking weak. Still holding an NVDA 484 0DT put. Still holding a coin short, still holding a snap short, still holding a Russell 2000 198 0DT put. So we are on the short side right now of the market again. We've already closed 5 trades today. 2 shorts on coin, 1 long on coin, and 1 Amazon short, which was neutral, 1 SPY short, which went in the money, and we're holding a Micron short, snap short, NVIDIA put, IWM put, and a coin short. So we still have 5 positions on the docket right now. 5 positions on the docket. Bitcoin's trying to make a little bit of a bullish move up. Again, we look at the SPY, big breakdown. JP Morgan's been telling us this market wants to go lower. It's actually breaking its range and potentially going lower. So it's leading this market lower. Take a look at the SPY. Also potentially trying to break lower. Natural gas continues to rip here. Nat gas is continuing to rip. I do have a short level on nat gas. It's super, super risky because it is oversold, but I do have a short level on nat gas. Let me just isolate down the pivot zone here. And timing. Apple's still under pre-market low, so technically it's in bearish environment. Qs are curling over to the downside. SPY is about to trigger head and shoulders here, guys. I'm looking at nat gas for a short trade. You can play it via KOLD. Where I like a short on nat gas is basically if we get a straight shot move into this pivot zone. I mean, even here there's really good resistance across these pivot zones. But I am looking at a short on nat gas. This is just a day trade. Full disclosure, I am accumulating nat gas on the long side for a swing. But I am looking at a day trade short. Getting a nice 3-bar surge. A little bit of a negative divergence coming up into some decent resistance. Overbought on the 10, 20-minute charts. A little bit more upside, could continuation on the hourly chart, which is why I want to see it push up a little bit more. I'll watch it on my other screens here since we are trading heavy here. So Qs are breaking down here as well. SPY is testing that neckline break. Will it break it? We will find out momentarily. Yes, we will. Still a potential inverse head and shoulders forming on the Qs. SPY getting a nice big bounce off of that support. Oil's flipped back to the green side. So oil has gone green now. And it is looking a little bit more bullish. So you've had a red to green reversal, putting in a 10-minute bull flag on the oil chart. Let's look at some XOM plays here. XOM, RIG. Oh, I actually like that RIG. All right, I'm going to go long rig here at 619. I'm long rig. This is a high risk play. I'm going long rig 619. Hopefully we get this inverted head and shoulders breakout here. You can see that should, so I'm long rig. It's a 1/4 position, long rig. I'm seeing a red to green reversal in the energy market. So we're long rig now at 619, okay? Let's keep our eye on the QQQ here and the SPY. SPY. So we're a long rig. We just added to a new little position, day trade. This is just a day trade. So we're a long rig at 619. I will add to the position if it falls a little bit lower, as long as oil holds its flag pattern. And one of the reasons I'm taking this rig trade is I am seeing oil trying to break out of this range here. And it was red. It's now flipped green. So oil's had a nice little breakout. Could get a retest here. That's usually common. But again, if oil starts to firm up, it's also going to apply a little bit of pressure to the market because oil acts as a form of tightening on some of the indices. So paying close attention to that. Still holding an NVDA put, still holding a Russell 2000 put, a coin short, and a snap short. Snap, we're out of the money. Coin, we're just about flat on the trade. NVIDIA, we're basically flat on the trade as well. NVIDIA is starting to fall a little bit more now. SPY is retesting this neckline break. Let's see if we get some downside, guys. All right, so SPY is triggering this big breakdown here. SPY is triggering the big breakdown. I'm seeing oil doing a little bit of a back test here. It is back testing support on oil. We'll see if it holds. Nat gas has softened just a little bit here. Coin is now starting to come in. SPY has triggered that bearish breakdown, but it's still, believe it or not, the QQQ can still be forming a little bit of a right shoulder. So we got to watch this closely. You know, you got that bearish breakdown, but this still could be forming a right shoulder. We have not really taken out this pivot or fallen too low. This could be a big inverse head and shoulders forming on Qs. SPY can't have an inverse head and shoulders, which makes, because it's look at this pattern, way different. It's just interesting. There's big divergences across the ETFs. Nice wedge pattern on IWM. Whichever way it breaks is going to yield a big move. SPY is getting saved right now. So we're long rig, short coin, puts on NVIDIA. Take a look at our coin short. We're basically flat on coin. Apple's still under pre-market low, looking weak. Oil's still trying to firm up here. So we have a long position on rig. Look at that CMND. That one's ripping face right now. All right, markets are trying to push up here. Markets are trying to push up. All right, rig is triggering the potential inverted head and shoulders. So rig is trying to, let's just flip to the 3-minute chart. Rig is trying to break this inverse head and shoulders. You can see it's testing the neckline break as we speak. So that should yield some upside. Again, it's difficult with the market, but I am seeing oil potentially trying to firm up here. The only downside is that the dollar's also putting in a potential inverse head and shoulders. Take a look at this Dixie chart here. That's the only thing that could hinder our oil trade is the Dixie breaking. So you have a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders pattern forming on the DXY. Still quite a ways away, but you have a nice left shoulder, a head, and a right shoulder. So accumulation is potentially occurring. You need to trigger this neckline in order for it to break to the upside. So let's keep our eye on SPY. And if that Dixie pattern breaks, that's going to be a pretty big pattern to the upside, which would suggest the downside move in the SPY ETF here. All right, so Tesla's getting rejected at pre-market high. Tesla is getting rejected at pre-market high. Meta's falling, trying to create new lows. Microsoft is about to test and make new lows on the session. So you have a lot of mega cap weakness creeping in. You can see on the SPY, we're basically breaking this little neckline again. We're long rig, short coin. Take a look at our coin position. That's coming in nicely now. Beautiful, beautiful job on coin. Beautiful, beautiful fall on coin. All right, oil is softening up here, so we may want to just watch our rig position closely. I'm still holding it, still holding a Snapchat short, coin short, Russell put, NVDA put, and a Micron short. Let's go. Let's see this market fall. Here we go. We're in the money on every single position except for we're flat on our rig, but we're in the money on every single position now. And these markets are selling hard. Coin is dumping. Take a look at the Qs. They are falling here. SPY also retesting the same little neckline break. Let's take a look at our Russell. We're holding 198.0 DT puts on the Russell. Let's take a look at the Qs. Qs are still trying to form a right shoulder potential, but this is all bearish consolidation. And you did get your bearish breakdown here. So this downside target is still technically in play. Qs are making lower highs, lower lows. Look at that bearish breakdown, guys. Look at that bearish breakdown. This is excellent. This is excellent. Microsoft new low. Meta's making a new low. Amazon's about to lose pre-market low. Still have Apple negative. Microsoft's the next mega cap to potentially go negative. Procter & Gamble just went negative. Energy sector's negative as well. Coin is continuing to see some sell side pressure. Still holding long rig, RIG, because I'm seeing oil go from red to green. Look at rig. It's trying to firm up here. We enter at 619. Rig has triggered an inverse head and shoulders here. So it's looking a little bit more positive for a continuation move. Let's see if we get some continuation upside. All right, so the Dixie's now softening just a little bit. So the Dixie softened over the last couple minutes, and the markets are actually liking that. SPY. So that dot, remember that white dotted line? We're back underneath this key resistance trend line that connects these pivots. So this trend line on the daily chart is huge resistance. If the bulls can close above it, that's bullish. But if they get rejected today, that is bearish. It's a big fight around this area. That area is right at this white dotted line, or this upsloping trend line here. So that's a big area of resistance for the market right now. You can see it's struggling here. So we'll just keep watch of the SPY here. All right, look at Rig. Rig is starting to move up nicely. Seeing some sideways chop though. Take a look at this CMND. Typically it starts to squeeze as the market is doing poorly. Look at this squeeze and break. This is a huge break. We could see this stock up massively, guys. Just get ready. Full disclosure, I am holding longs on CMND. It's a slow volume name, so you could see wild moves in this. Low volume names, so just be cautious when trading this one. But it is trying to make a move up. So back to the SPY hourly chart. All right, so SPY is testing that neckline, getting above it right now. You can still draw the neckline like this now if we close above this in the next 1 minute. So the dollar is softening here, which is helping our energy position. So Rig is flying now. Rig is flying up nicely here. So we're already up 0.5% on our Rig trade. That's really good to see. What I'm looking at on the Qs here, the Qs are actually trying to push out and break out to the upside. So that's not what we want to see for the Russell put. Russell's actually testing its high of the range. Rig is pushing up some more there, guys. Dollar has softened over the last 9 minutes. So you still have the markets up pretty tremendously. Apple's negative though in the session. You have the SPY up 0.6%, Qs are up 0.7%. The Russell is the strongest index as of now. Yields were red, now they're green. Dollar's been red all morning. Bitcoin's been selling off in a dollar market that is weak. Oil was red, then it went green. Now it's trying to go back to the red side. Nat gas is pumping up here. It's up nicely, 4.48% on nat gas. And again, I do have a short level on nat gas, but it needs to hit above that 247 area. High risk short, but it is potentially on watch. All right, oil's starting to break down, so I'm going to just take a look at our rig position because I am seeing oil starting to break lower here. And I'm just going to put a break-even stop loss. So a break-even stop loss on rig, which is about 619. Break-even stop loss on rig. Don't want to lose any profits to this market. Still holding a coin short, which we're slightly in the money. Snapchat, we are basically slightly out of the money by about 4 cents. Still holding a Micron short, we're slightly in the money as well. Let's flip back to the SPY chart. SPY is trying to get above and break out here. Still holding a coin short. All right, rig is nicely firming up. Oil got a nice little bounce there, so rig is firming up. Coin is coming in some more now. So Bitcoin is continuing to soften. Bitcoin is looking like it wants to go back to the negative side. Maybe that's what Coinbase is telling us. So now you have the IWM, small caps, breaking out, testing this high range. So it's at a breakout spot. Remember, we took our put right up here. We're looking at 198 0DT puts. So this one we just got to watch. I may have to close it, basically break even if we get a breakout here. But if it gets rejected, we're going to go back down to the low end of the range. And we're just been chopping in a very tight wedge pattern. Whichever way it breaks is going to give us a big move to play. So watching that closely. Since the Russell's actually firming up here, I'm potentially interested in closing my coin short. I'm going to actually close my coin short here. at 166.33. 166.33. I just closed my coin short, just protecting in case the Russell small caps do break out. So we still have a put on NVDA, a put on the Russell, short on Snap, but I did close my coin short there. Let's see the Russell. The Russell is the leading indice of the session, so we'll watch that closely. Still have a Snap, Micron short, a Rig long. So Rig is actually trying to move up here. Oil's still basically flat on the session. Now you're having a big breakdown occurring in Amazon and Meta and Google. So the Qs had a pretty hard sell side candle there. SPY is still just holding up. I'm going to adjust my stop on Rig to 620. Oh, here comes Rig, guys. Here comes Rig. Let's see if we get this high-flying move. Look at this move on Rig. That's a nice move. I'm going to adjust my Rig stop to 621, so we're protecting the trade now. But Rig is pushing up here, guys. We're already up almost 1% on the trade. That is a beautiful, beautiful entry on Rig. If you caught that, congratulations. Oh, I apologize. You can't even see my screen. I've been talking and not sharing shit this whole time. My bad, guys. My bad. That's just awful. I apologize about that, guys. Did not connect my screen. My bad. But we were long Rig at 619, and it is getting a nice move up. Covered my coin. Taking a look at the Russell 2000 here. IWM. It is trying to break out of this little wedge pattern. So you can see it's been coiling in this wedge all morning. It is trying to break out. But I did cover my coin short at 166.33, holding a RIG long. Rig long here at 619 with a stop loss at 621. Protecting that trade. It is starting to move up some more, but thank you all for telling me my screen was out. I was looking like a doofus here, trading with nothing. All right. So, nat gas is still continuing to rip here. The market is trying to break out. Qs are actually looking like a potential long trade here. So get ready to take some QQQ calls or longs. I'm actually looking at Apple's trying to break out here. Qs are also, if we get a break of this inverse head and shoulders, you're looking at a potential move on the Qs. Back up to this 408.74 area. Oil's coming back in, guys. So I'm going to exit my rig here at 625. I just exited my rig trade at 625. I exited rig at 625 for a lovely, lovely 80.88% gain. If we get a retrace, we can buy it again, but I am all out of that rig trade as of now. QQQ is looking interesting. Russell's trying to break out. Coin is still coming in. IWM is breaking out here as well, or at least trying to do so. Qs are coming up into that resistance zone, tapping resistance right now on the Qs. Qs are tapping resistance. Remember, Apple's still under pre-market low, so it's technically bearish. We're at resistance. Shorts are favored, but we are trying to break out here. We are trying to break out here on the Qs. Russell's still finding some sellers. All right, guys, I'm going to pick up a UNG short. UNG short here. I just got filled at 494. 494. UNG short. It's a starter position, guys. Starter position. It's a short on nat gas. High risk, high risk. So we have a UNG short that we just started here. We do have the Russell again trying to break out here. QQQ's in kind of in the same boat, also testing that breakout. You do have an inverse head and shoulders forming if you trigger this neckline. So watching for a potential continuation move to the upside. And we just started a UNG short at 494 entry. It's a starter position. I do have another 3 entries that I'll add to on UNG. Next entry on UNG is basically going to be about 10 to 15 cents higher. So 10 to 15 cents higher. And again, you have to watch the actual underlying commodity on nat gas to execute this trade properly. And again, full disclosure, I am bullish on nat gas. It's just this is just a day trade. It's had an extension move to the upside that typically should see us some profit taking from day traders. So we're just counter trending it now. But if you take a look at the actual natural gas chart, massive move. And again, I do hold a swing long, so this is great for our swing trade. But we're now into some key resistance here, approaching some hourly chart resistance. Big move up here. We are getting a short-term divergence on the RSI. So we are seeing nat gas pull in slightly here from the highs. That's okay. So UNG is the ticker we're playing. 494 entry. I'm looking for a move. I'm looking for about 10 cents on this trade. I'm looking for nat gas to pull down to 242, which should give us a move back down to about this 484 area. So about 10 cents on the trade. All right, flip back to the Qs. Qs are still testing that breakout. IWM also still trying to break out here. So markets have not done so yet. Apple still under pre-market low. Apple is negative on the session still, but trying to hold gains. Nat gas is pulling off of the highs just a little bit there. JP Morgan is still weak on the session, guys. So again, I'm telling you that this leading bank stock is not showing positivity for the market. Market's moved up, JPM still moving down. So likely that means this could be a failed breakout on the Qs and the Russell. But financials, more so the Russell, because Russell's heavy in the bank stock. So the fact that we have that 198 put on the Russell and banks are weak, the Russell's actually comprised of more bank stocks. So a little bit of a tidbit of information. You really want to know what makes up the Russell. I am seeing Meta breaking lower here, Microsoft getting rejected at pre-market low. Again, I do believe Microsoft will go negative on the session, still holding an NVDA put. Take a look at Microsoft. Microsoft, if it breaks this trend line here, which I'll show you, we're in trouble. We're in trouble. Because then this could all be considered bearish consolidation. You just throw a quick fib tool on from that high to the low. That's all bearish. You could actually have a move down on Microsoft back to this 369 whole number area. And let's see if that matches up with any chart support. This is the next trend line to watch on Microsoft. So you still have the Russell trying to break out here. Same thing with the Qs. JP Morgan's still weak. UNG is pulling back a little bit. So UNG is giving us a little bit of a pullback. So is natural gas chart. We actually look at the underlying nat gas, potentially having a little bit of a breakdown here. Just throwing a retracement tool from this low to this high. Yeah, I expect nat gas minimum to retrace to 243, but likely a retest to 242 there. All right, Qs are now firming up here, going for another attempt at a breakout. JP Morgan's still weak, which makes me skeptical of this breakout. You now have another sector that just turned red, utilities, XLU just turned red. So you have more sectors turning red as the market is trying to break out. That's a little bit of an interesting divergence. What that's telling us is that there's selling still happening, and maybe this is going to be a failed breakout. Volume is coming in at this area. If you don't break out, you're going to have a quick move back down to this low range. Okay. But right now we are trying to break out. Nat gas is coming in a little bit more now, guys. Bitcoin's starting to weaken. It's basically gone back to the negative side. Apple just turned positive. So you have all the Magnificent 7 caps now positive again. So Qs are actually loving that little potential breakout. We'll see if this is a fake out, liquidity grab. No confirmation has been set. You're finding some sellers. Volume is increasing as well. Volume is increasing. All right, Qs are looking a little bit more hopeful now and optimistic. Some follow through is coming in. Look at this pullback in natural gas, guys. So Qs are breaking out here. What we can do now on the Qs is you still have lower highs in place, but now we can look for some long trades. We can actually buy the retest. I never buy the breakout, I buy the retest. Take a look at this fall in natural gas, guys. It is hitting that resistance that I outlined. So beautiful, beautiful job. It is pulling in. First fib zone is being tagged right now. So we're in the money nicely on UNG. Let's keep an eye on the Qs, QQQ, because we are on watch for this breakout. You are getting some follow through. Let's see the SPY ETF. That one is also potentially trying to break out. Hasn't done so yet. What I find interesting is that you have the SPY trying. Qs already have. The Russell 2000 has not yet. Trying again at another attempt. But Qs are leading the charge now. We're getting a big move up to the high side. Big move up to the high side, guys. Bitcoin's coming down as the Qs are moving up. Still a lower high on the Qs, so the big level for the bulls is taking out this high here on a closing basis. You still have lower highs, even though you have triggered a potential bullish pattern. You still have lower highs. You still have Apple under pre-market low. Bitcoin is now negative on the session, so it's not really participating in this rally. Small cap stops really haven't broken out yet either, so the Qs are leading the charge now. Mega cap tech is firming up. Qs are up now 0.95%. Russell still hasn't broken out. Can even draw the trend line from there. But we'll keep it here on the original one. Still have a short on UNG, as well as a swing long. I've already closed 5 winners, losing on an NVDA put right now and losing on an IWM put, basically slightly break even. Nat gas is now in the money by about 4 cents. It is coming down. All right, so we have natural gas coming up into its first support zone here, guys. On the 10-minute chart, you can see that it's coming up into this pivot zone. This pivot also happens to be a 382 fib. I am going to cover my nat gas right around this area here. So watch that closely on UNG. We're at 491, so we're in the money a little bit. Qs again have broken out on the little intraday time frame. We can wait for a retest here to go long, but it's risky because we're still putting in those lower high scenarios. Now you have the Russell curling up. We do have the Russell trying to curl up. Our Russell still has not broken out. The Russell still has not broken out. Qs are still holding firm here, guys. Qs are still holding the breakout, luring people in through the mega caps. SPY has not participated in the breakout, actually finding some rejection. IWM tried breaking out, also finding some rejection. So it's almost like they're just luring this market participants by holding up the Magnificent Seven, making it seem like we're breaking out, but the rest of the indices are not participating. What makes me skeptical is that Apple's been weak all morning under pre-market low. Microsoft is just testing pre-market low, so that's a little concerning. Still holding my UNG short, which we're in the money by about 4 cents. Still holding an NVDA put, a Russell 2000 put. Take a look at the divergence. NVIDIA breaking out here, and the Russell almost having a failed breakout. They're at the apex of the triangle. So right now we could get a big drop here. JP Morgan again has been telling us that the Russell is probably going to break down because it's heavy in the bank stocks. We're at a big inflection point here. Qs are trying. S&P is really just stuck. The S&P is getting rejected at the short-term 3-day moving average. All right, so the Russell's being defended at the apex right now. Qs are trying to firm up. Bitcoin's still negative on the session. Coinbase is still up 2.58%. So you're continuing to see this big shift. The S&P is still under that major daily resistance trend line, as well as it's under the 3-day moving average. So I'm watching it closely. The S&P is not really participating in this little breakout in the Qs. You have NVIDIA moving up. You have Amazon pushing down, Meta pushing down, Google pushing down, Apple trying to firm up, Microsoft still holding pre-market low, but semis are firming up now. So you have strength in the semiconductor ETF. That is the big firm part of the market right now. So look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is pushing higher here along with the semis. QQQ still holding this breakout trend line. All right, Google's falling here, guys. Still up 1.3. NVIDIA's up 1.5. SPY resistance is at 471.44. You can see we're just consolidating on the EMA 113 2-minute chart. On the 1-minute chart, we're above it. So are the Qs going to help firm up this market? That's what I'm waiting for. You have utilities down, every other sector's up. Semis are still pushing here, guys. So big push coming into the semiconductors. Bitcoin's still weakening here. The Russell's having another attempt at a breakout. That gas is pushing up. But a big move coming into the semis. Qs are still trying to push up. Still a lower high in place in the Qs, despite it has triggered an inverse head and shoulders. You have triggered an inverse head and shoulders. All right, so Bitcoin's still selling off here despite the Qs are moving up. So a little bit of a divergence. You have the Dixie softening. Apple's still seeing some sellers. All right, guys, I'm going to go back into the short side on coin. 165.89 entry here on coin. 165.89 entry. 1/4 position. Reason being is the dollar's still weak, but I'm still seeing Bitcoin selling off here. Getting a little oversold though on the 1 minute chart. Still think Bitcoin retests 43,000 here. So we're back in the short side of coin. Let's see if we continue to fall here. Take a look at the Russell. IWM still trying to break out of this wedge pattern, but not being able to do so just yet. Amazon's pushing up. Meta's pushing up now. NVDA is still curling to the upside. Tesla's pushing up. It's actually above pre-market high. So that's actually technically a bullish sign. All mega caps are green again. Still holding that 198 put on the Russell. May have to close it. NVIDIA put is going against us, unfortunately. Coin short still holding a coin short, snap short. S&P still under the major daily resistance trend line. The dollar is softening right now, which is why the markets are floating. Again, Bitcoin's been selling off and negative when the dollar is negative. QQQ is just still consolidating in range. Usually you see the Qs just ripping once it breaks out and has triggered a bullish pattern. Usually it breaks out, retests, and then quickly does its move. But right now this is making me skeptical since it's just range bound. It's almost like someone's just keeping it pinned. I'm kind of buying this breakout right now. Again, Apple's still under pre-market low. Typically, Qs aren't triggering bullish patterns when Apple's weak on the session under pre-market low. That's another little factor that I'm taking into consideration here. This is just major chop. Yeah, you're right, Meyer, JS Meyer. It's absolute chop, crushing IVs, premiums, and usually we don't see chop in the Qs like this. Usually once those bullish patterns trigger, they break out. Usually once the bearish patterns trigger, they also break out. But nevertheless, we just got to wait and handle the price action. I'm still holding a coin short, snap short, Russell 2000 put, and an NVDA put. Take a look at the Russell now. Russell potentially having a failed breakout here. Take a look at that. This is what we've been waiting for. The Qs, like I said, were luring people in, it seems, because the other indices were not participating. Even the S&P 500 stuck under major resistance on the daily chart. Big major resistance on the daily chart. So we're basically just slightly flat on our coin short. We are slightly in the money on our Russell put. We are out of the money on our Snapchat short, but we've already closed 5 winners. We're up on our UNG short just slightly. Apple getting rejected. Tesla's coming in now. So here comes some rejection in the Qs. We are getting the dollar now starting to firm up. Russell's having a bearish breakdown. Let's take a look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is getting rejected at the high there. Apple coming in. Still a potential bullish pattern on Apple forming. Got to watch it closely. If we look at the S&P. S&P not really putting in much of a bullish pattern at this point in time. Microsoft is now losing pre-market low, so that's not good for Microsoft. Apple's back to the negative side. So Microsoft is really just hovering on this 371.46 is your pre-market low. Bouncing off of there now, but it is finding some potential selling. Qs, we can still potentially buy a retest on the Qs here. I may hedge my NVIDIA position by buying QQQ common shares, so I'm going to look for a potential long setup on the Qs. Still holding my coin short, which that's coming in nicely now. And again, remember, we still have this potential bullish pattern on the DXY chart forming. Still have a potential inverse head and shoulders forming on the DXY chart. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. We haven't broken the neckline, so the pattern is not triggered yet. But we're watching it closely. Qs are coming in a little bit more now. Apple's coming in. Coin, we're up 89 cents on the trade, so that's good to see. Come on, Russell. You know you want to break down here. Give us the break. Microsoft now under pre-market low. So I repeat, Microsoft is in that bearish environment, just like Apple. You have the two largest companies, both under pre-market low in a bearish range. All right, Russell's breaking lower here. Qs are also still holding that inverse potential. We haven't got the retest. Usually we can buy the retest. 10-minute bearish engulfing candle on Tesla. So that's a nice little reversal on Tesla right at, look at that 10-minute reversal candle on Tesla engulfing quite a bit of price action there. So all right, there's the retest on the Qs. Let's see if it holds here. If it holds, we're going to buy. I don't want to buy right here, but there's some buyers stepping in. Qs are holding. Qs are holding. I'd prefer to buy inside the channel again. This low here. Not really trusting it. But it's holding for now. We'll see if it can get above. Qs are now breaking a little bit lower here, guys. Come on, baby. Come on. Give us a new low. Qs are breaking. I'll let you know if I go long the Qs. I'm eyeing up a long QQQ position. Just bear with me here. We are about to go long the Qs. All right, bouncing off of support as we speak. Bitcoin's bouncing now too. JP Morgan is getting absolutely slammed. JP Morgan is making new lows in the session. So watch out for continuation weakness. JP Morgan is telling us this market's going to go lower. JP Morgan making new lows. Will the IWM and SPY make new lows? Qs are bouncing though. Still looking at a long entry on the Qs. I'll let you know if I take it. I'm looking for a long entry on the Qs around the 405.74 area. 405.74. There is a gap fill sitting right here. This 405.74 area. The Qs are bouncing. Semis are seeing a reversal right off that neckline. So take a look at this SOXX chart. So semis retrace right back to the neckline and getting an hourly reversal candle off that resistance. So NVDA is still weakening, Apple's still weakening. Qs are still holding this support zone. Still holding that Russell put, NVIDIA put, Snap short, Micron short, UNG short. All right, so Qs are still coming in, guys. It's now the 12 o'clock time frame. Looking for a long entry here on the Qs at 405.74. This is just day trading. You got to just isolate the levels and trust the trend. All right, I'm not long yet, but I'm going to buy here. I'm going to buy 405.58 long the Qs. 405.58, started position 1/4. I'm just going for a little bit of a bounce play. The Russell put is almost in the money, guys. The Russell put is almost in the money, and we have shorts on this market already, so it's kind of a hedge. We have a put on NVDA, we have a put on a Snapchat short, we have a put that's almost in the money on the Russell, so get ready to close the Russell. As soon as it hits this 198, I will be closing it. But we're accumulating now a long on the Qs here. A long on the Qs, it's a starter position. Here at this 405.59, 405.59. And again, we go along because it's just a hedge, and I am seeing that there's a potential reversal. See, just like that. All right, I'm exiting the Qs here. I just closed my Q position, 405.91. We just closed it for that bounce. So that's what that bounce was. That's why we went long. I was expecting a bounce. James Meyer there, and we got that bounce. But now I'm back. I don't have longs on the table. We're just watching our IWM. That put almost went in the money. We're looking for a move to 198. So that put almost went in the money for us. Still holding a UNG short, a coin short, and a snap short, and NVIDIA put. Snap, we're basically slightly out of the money. Coin, we're in the money. So we just played that quick bounce in the Qs there. What a bounce that was. QQQs are still trying to bounce here. But now that we've triggered this break here of this trend line, the big thing is, can the bulls regain inside of this channel? If not, Qs are a technical short. So we are bouncing. Russell's getting a big bounce as well. Apple's back to the negative side. Microsoft's about to go negative as well, under pre-market low. All right, so markets are continuing to see some weakness here. Qs are getting rejected. This is technically a short now in the Qs. But we're just holding our positions, our put on NVIDIA, our put on the Russell, and our Coinbase short. Coin is actually working out nicely here. Bitcoin is still negative on the session, and Coin is diverging up over 1.88%. You still have the IWM up 1%, S&P up 0.3, Qs are up 0.6. It looks like this market may want to gap and crack. Take a look at that QQQ rejection. Definitely some big rejection on the Qs. Even if we look at the SPY, nasty, nasty price action on the SPY. SPY again has triggered this head and shoulders pattern. We broke the neckline. Take a look at this downside move, potentially to 468.94. All right, look at Coin, guys. This is beautiful. This is beautiful on Coin. Again, once that IWM 0DT put goes in the money, I will be securing profits. Okay, so we're almost there. 198 was the put. JP Morgan continuing to sell here, guys, at the lows of the session. All right, those 198 at Russell puts just went in the money, and I just closed them there off of that tap. So we did just close those 198 puts in the money. So that yet again is now our 7th winner on the session. One neutral trade. We're still holding a coin short, which we're in the money. That's our 8th trade. We're holding an NVIDIA put. That's our 9th trade. We're basically flat on NVIDIA. I'm looking for a move down to 484 on the chart. And we're also holding this Snapchat short still, which we're basically just slightly out of the money, 1691 average. Coinbase is the next probably thing to take profits on. We are seeing Bitcoin starting to weaken a little bit more. Let's pull up this BTC chart. Again, look at why the market sold off there. I've been warning about this inverse head and shoulders on the dollar. and we are starting to try to break up here on the dollar. So the dollar hasn't even triggered it yet, but if it does, then these Qs can actually go pretty much all the way to the negative side. But definitely a big breakdown occurring in the Qs. Big breakdown occurring in the Qs. Hopefully the stream is helping, guys. We have closed quite a bit of winners so far. A lot more red. Microsoft just went negative. Berkshire Hathaway just went negative. You have JP Morgan negative. More negative is showing up on the screen. Utilities down, energy down. So more sectors are showing red. And you have some mega caps, Apple and Microsoft, the two largest companies, also turning red on the session. So just be cautious here. Be very cautious. Coinbase is about to break pre-market low. You're seeing Bitcoin starting to weaken. Bitcoin is starting to also come down just a little bit here. All right, so if SPY retraces all the way up here, it's a short. It's hitting pre-market low. So if we lose pre-market low, it's a nice short setup. Even right here is a technical short. I'm going to take a little bit of a break intraday here. I just have a couple errands to run. I have to run to the States and grab some of my packages. But because markets had that failed breakout on the Qs, and because Apple's negative, Microsoft's negative, and we're actually entering bearish territory, if we lose pre-market low, indices are a continuation short, still holding coin short. Whoa, Snapchat's getting a pop on volume, so I may have to close Snap here. There's probably some news that is coming into play. I'm not sure what is going on Snap. I'm going to close Snapchat if it pops above this pivot. If we get a close on the 10-minute basis above this pivot, I will be stopping out of Snapchat for a little bit of a loss there. I don't know what news is coming in, but it seems that there is some news coming in on Snapchat here. It is diverging from the market. Heavy volume coming in play. Also potential inverse head and shoulders coming in. But we'll see. It needs to hold above this pivot zone. Let's see. Q's new lows. Russell new lows. I'm going to watch Snapchat on my other screen. Again, Microsoft is still selling. Q's big sell-off coming in the Q's. Let's see if the SPY is losing pre-market low. So here's the SPY. It's now under pre-market low. Coinbase is tapping pre-market low. All right, guys, I'm closing my Coinbase short here, 164.01. That's another profit on coin. So we've traded that now 4 times, 4 for 4. Another $1.81. I just closed coin at 164.01. I do think it goes lower, but I'm just taking profits here because we could get a bounce. Still holding an NVDA put and a Snapchat short, which I'm watching Snap closely. Bitcoin's selling pretty hard here, so is Tesla. Apple's just getting demolished, guys. So now we look for some additional long setups. Basically, a long trade setup on the SPY is probably at gap fill if we flush straight into there. Look at this down move coming into play. Big move down. All right, guys, I'm closing Snapchat here for a loss. I am closing Snapchat. It is diverging from the market here. I'm just going to take this one on the chin. I closed Snapchat for a loss. It's about a 20-cent loss on Snapchat. I do apologize about that trade. Not all of them are winners, but that is the first loss on the session. Snapchat's breaking out here. It's diverging from the market. It's actually looking pretty bullish, in my opinion, right here, right now. I don't know what news is coming out, but it is looking bullish. Just 1 second, I'm taking a phone call. All right, guys, so I'm actually going to go Snapchat long here, $17. Snap long entry at 17 bucks. Basically, we closed it for a loss, unfortunately, on the trade, but it is still breaking out here. trying to bounce with the market. So $17 long Snapchat. It's a 1/4 entry. Basically, if we get a close back below this neckline, I will look for a exit of the position. But long at $17 on Snap. Of course, we picked the high to close our short. We could have got a better retrace, but long at 17. Let's see if we can make some money back on Snap. Indices definitely are weak right now, breaking down quite substantially. Putting in a bear flag patterns on all indices. Failed breakout of this inverse head and shoulders leads us to a big downside potential move. So we did have a failed breakout occur in the indices, and we're watching for continuation to the downside. Likely the Qs can even come down to gap fill. Same thing with the SPY and the Russell 2000, but we have absolutely banked profits so far. Snapchat is pushing higher here. Nat gas is still at 4%, still holding my UNG short. You can see S&P is still losing that pre-market low, so it's still technically a short setup. Snapchat is diverging from the market, so if the markets get a bounce, Snapchat is going to absolutely rip here. There must be some sort of news on Snapchat's end. I'm not too sure what it is, but there must be some sort of news on Snap. So we're long Snap, still holding an NVDA put, still holding a UNG short, which are slightly in the money. And still holding a Micron short as well, which that one is, we're flat on that trade. Micron's more of a swing trade though. I did issue that alert to my members, so just a heads up. And to give you a little bit of an insight here on this stream, since you're all tuned in, I did. All right, SPY downside still has not been achieved. SPY downside still has not been achieved. Take a look at the Snapchat strength. Despite the market selling off, Snap's still trying to push up and hold that breakout zone. So it is looking optimistically bullish on Snapchat here. Upside target could take us to about 1750 on the chart. So watching that level closely. Again, all indices are in bearish environment because you had a failed breakout. You're testing the pre-market low on the Qs, testing pre-market low on SPYs. I'm looking at the indices potentially going red. You have Microsoft and Apple both red on the session. Microsoft is still selling at the lows of the chart. Apple's trying to bounce here. So if we get a retest on the SPY back to this key pivot zone, I will look to enter shorts. Even around this area, it looks pretty enticing on the short side. Again, I'm going to take you this time to encourage you to check out my Trading Capital Discord. We've banked a whole host of winners on this live stream. Snap, we're in the money now, 12 cents, so it is moving up tremendously. You have Amazon breaking now, breaching pre-market low, so more mega caps are selling here. It is going to weigh in on this market. I'm actually looking to put a stop on my Snapchat now. I'm going to put a stop loss on Snapchat right at the 1706 level. Right at 1706, because the market is so weak. I'm putting a stop on Snap. 1706 stop. 1706 stop on Snapchat. Let's continue to look at the SPY. If it continues to push up, we will move it. There's a long entry trigger on the SPY here. Stop loss would be low of day. It's risky, but you could get a retrace up to about this 470.56 on the SPY. The S&P, Qs, and Russell still positive. Still positive. Hey, bro. Sorry about that. So yeah, the verbal inquiry. I know we're looking to cancel that that site, but should I mention it to them, the people that are inquiring, that we have a secondary listing, a website that we can get a cheaper rate?
Yeah, we can.
Because they're looking for a cheaper rate because it's a 2-week stay for their parents.
I know, it's just so hard to plan like so far in the future, right?
I know, it's July, it's peak season, but you know, it's a booking in the hand, right?
Yeah, it is.
And it just shows to Rad and them, okay, fuck, man, like, you know what, there's still some demand in the summer, obviously.
Yeah. I guess we need to get the dates, right?
That's what I asked him, but I'm trying to phrase it in the website, like in the chat, that you know, we have a secondary website. I want them to see it. I don't even know if they can actually view it.
But I don't think so because of Squarespace, that website.
So should we just keep it on verbal then?
Yeah, just keep.
I'm just trying to like funnel it to the website, right, so that we can get paid by Rad and them for the fucking website.
I know.
You know what I mean?
I know.
Alright, hey everybody, I'm back on the mic here, and we're just seeing still a consolidation, bearish consolidation under pre-market low for the SPY. Downside target still has not been achieved. Considering we're consolidating bearishly here, I think we're actually going to test probably this 468, which is gap fill on the S&P 500. Things are looking a little bit shaky here since that failed breakout occurred. We did take profits on Snapchat. That is continuing to run despite the market being weak. So take a look at that Snapchat play. Upside target on Snap is still in play, 1750. We could see that today. Don't know if there's news that came into play. I haven't been able to find anything yet. I'm still holding a UNG short, which we're basically flat on. And I'm still holding an NVDA 0DTE 484 put. Okay. So we're holding a put on NVIDIA. Still holding that, and just the UNG short. We've closed every other trade here for winners, and I'm still looking for more potential setups. But we just have to wait patiently and see if anything gives it to us. Again, Microsoft is negative, Apple's negative. The next mega cap to go negative is either Meta or Amazon. They are looking a little bit weak. From the technicals, it's probably going to be Meta. Meta is actually looking like it's a bear flag on the 10-minute, 5-minute chart. So Meta might be the next one to go negative, which is interesting because you have Meta, which is a communication stock, Snapchat also a communication stock, and Snapchat is holding up despite Meta weakening quite substantially here. So I find that super, super interesting. Whoa, look at Mullen. Holy moly, up over 100%. I had no idea Mullen had that huge, huge rip to the upside. Wow. What a rip on Mullen, up over 100%. I'm actually going to play this on the long side here. Let's see if we can play some continuation on Mullen. If Mullen breaks this trend line, we will go long Mullen. We are breaking it. Wow. All right, we'll keep Mullen on watch on the other screens. SPY still putting in bearish consolidation. 2 move lower here. You have the Russell 2000 hitting some support. Coinbase is getting a decent bounce here. Still have semis green. The markets are still green across the board. Getting a nice little bounce now in the S&P. Recapturing pre-market high. Big bounce coming in the Qs, the S&P. Dollars testing the neckline of the breakout. Be ready. I am actually going to short the S&P here at 469.92. I'm short the S&P, short the SPY. 469.92. It's a starter position. 469.92 starter position. Next entry will be up at this 470.50 area. We are pushing up. Big push coming in. Dollars falling, getting slightly rejected. All right, so big bounce coming into the market here. Next entry on the S&P is all the way up here, but it's a big bounce coming in. So everything is pretty much bouncing here because the dollar got rejected at the neckline. So take a look at this dollar price action. You can see the dollar was trying to test and break out of this neckline, got hard rejection, which is why the markets are bouncing. But I do anticipate the dollar to have another retest of that area and break it out, which should put more pressure on these markets. Microsoft has flipped back to the green side. Apple's coming down again, still seeing some sellers. JP Morgan really not participating in the bounce. So JP Morgan again is telling us this market wants to go lower. It's not participating. Keep JP Morgan on watch because it is telling us that it wants to go lower. Just like that, we're now basically break even on the SPY trade. All right, guys, I'm going to actually pause this. I'm going to pause my mic. I'm going to take a little bit of a break, get some food, and I have to run to the States to get it. I'll keep the stream running as I'll be back probably a little bit later in the afternoon, but I will be watching things from afar. Basically, if the SPY retests 470.56, I'll add to the short position. If for some reason the S&P closes back above this upsloping neckline, I will exit the trade for a loss, but we can see that may not be necessary because I'm going to put a stop loss now in place. I'm going to put a break-even stop loss on SPY, so 469.92, slightly in the money, 469.90, but we got rejected hard there on the SPY ETF. That main selling came in from Amazon and Meta. Meta new lows. Meta is making new lows here. Just check on oil. Oil has gone quite substantially negative. Alright, hey everybody, I am back in front of my computer now. Just had to step away there for a few hours. So overall the S&P has had a magnificent rally back to the high side. This is where we shorted it. And you can see on the daily chart we're actually technically above this key resistance. So actually let me just correctly draw this in. Let me erase some of these things here. Just going to remove some of these intraday action lines since they no longer are applicable. The S&P did fulfill its downside target that we gave you in the beginning of the stream. Right now, yeah, markets have had a massive move again to the high side. Strength pretty much in everything now coming into play. Still have Apple weak on the session. It's below its pre-market low. So that's still in a bearish environment. But semiconductors have had a face-ripping rally. NVIDIA's back to pre-market high. A couple questions there. Daikin, yes, the orange line is the EMA 113. So you can see we're tapping it on the 10-minute chart now as we speak. But we're at a big level here on the S&P 500. Right now the bulls want to close it above. We will see if that comes to fruition. All right, so indices are still remaining pretty firm here near the highs. You still have Bitcoin relatively flat. Last 23 minutes of trading. Last 23 minutes of trading. And basically it's like yesterday's big mega sell-off didn't happen. We're seeing some squeezing action in TUP here. It is gapping up. Let's see if this surmounts to anything. TUP has triggered a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders. Small microcap name. So one of the reasons why the markets ended up having this ferocious rally is simply if you take a look at the DXY. The DXY was trying to break out of this little inverse head and shoulders here. Had a breakout and then it failed. Had a big bearish breakdown. So that's why the markets have rallied here. And really nothing else other than the Dixie breaking down. Still have yields green. So that's certainly interesting. So the S&P is still just trying to push up here. I mean, simply in a matter of minutes, the S&P has rallied basically 0.5% here, up almost $2. So certainly a big move up. Couple important stocks we need to watch out for. AVGO, it's been a market leader, arguably the best performing stock over the last couple weeks, trading up at this 1124 range. So on the hourly chart basis, what do you need to pay attention to is this little neckline. Do semiconductors break this neckline? Specifically, does AVGO break this neckline at all, or does it continue to push higher here? So watch for a left shoulder, a head, or right shoulder. If we break that neckline, semis can be in trouble. Looking at JP Morgan, JPM chart, is this going to be another little head and shoulders? You have your left shoulder, you have your head. You could be forming a right shoulder here. Your neckline would be basically across here. Those are two market leading stocks, one in the semiconductor space that holds a massive weighting in the SMH, and one in the XLF space that holds a massive weighting. So pay close attention to those two names, because if they start forming a right shoulder, it could be inducing a little bit more selling in the market. But as of now, things are looking definitely more optimistic. This was your big sell side bar yesterday. The Qs have moved up into that area. Let me just erase some of these trend lines since we no longer need them. But the Qs have also arguably triggered a little inverse head and shoulders on the hourly chart here. You have your left shoulder, you have your head, you have your right shoulder. Upside target of this pattern really takes you up to about 409 on the chart. Doesn't mean it has to get there. It's not a guarantee, but that's where the upside should take you on the charts. So I'm watching a couple patterns closely here, and we will see if they come to fruition. If the S&P, the SPY, can close above 471.74, if the S&P can hold above 471.74, that is slightly bullish for the index. Apple's been negative and weak all session. It's actually trying to go green here late in the session. So I'm not going to be doing any trades here late in the session. It's too little time left in the market. So I won't be doing any more trades. Mm-hmm. So we are seeing the semiconductors squeeze here into the close. The semiconductors are squeezing. SPY is pushing up. Really, the strength is coming from mega cap tech again. QQQ's squeezing as well as the SOXX is squeezing here. So definitely some strength coming back into the semiconductors. You have NVIDIA up 1.86. Apple just turned back to the flat side. AMD's up 3.28. So what's interesting is the semiconductors are now above that huge red bar. So just like that, big red bar down on semis, and then they're right back up to the high of the session. So it's almost as if that down move never happened in the semiconductors. So this is typical market price action. They get people bared up with a massive candle down, people piling on the shorts down here, and then they just gap it up over people, steal all that liquidity in the options market, and just like that, semis are friggin' rallying. You are above this neckline, so that's tactically bullish. It looks like you want to go to gap fill now on the SMH. Let's keep an eye on the SPY. SPY is making another bullish reversal. For now, though, just like we gapped up today, we could always gap down. You never know. You never know. But the markets are acting resilient and they do not want to fall yet. They want to remain strong into the new year. So SPY is basically back above pre-market high now. Certainly impressive. Very, very impressive. So we have the last 5 minutes left into the close. Let's see if we finish strong. The Dixie is closing on the closing week right now. It is starting to fall some more, so there is a potential that the markets can close firm near the highs of the chart. So 3 minutes left into the market, and it looks like the SPY wants to hold above pre-market high. And the SPY is closing inside of this red bar, but it is technically above this upsloping trend line as of now. Dixie's still falling near the lows. So Dixie's falling near the lows of the session, and the SPY is closing near the highs of the session. That just seems to be Bitcoin's plus 0.19%. Apple's still negative on the session despite the strength in the market. The strongest mega cap today is, round of applause to Tesla, up 3%. And then it is NVIDIA up 1.83, and then Google 1.5. Microsoft up 0.78, Amazon up 1.12, and Meta up 1.37. Despite the amount of selling that Mark Zuckerberg is doing, Meta still remains resilient as well. But a lot of selling has been taking place in Meta. SPY's still pushing up here, guys. One minute left in the session. So it was a pretty good session for us. Sorry, unfortunately, I didn't get to catch that rally because I wasn't in front of my computer. But we caught a lot of different trades today. Basically, another very, very profitable day. We closed at least 8 winners, 2 losers, 1 draw. So really, really good session for us today on the live stream. So I just want to say thank you all for tuning in. Markets are closed. S&P closed up on the session 0.95%. The Q's up 1.17%, and the Russell 2000 up 1.76%. Dollar flat yields up. Overall, really, really important day for the markets. They managed to regain a lot of that bearish reversal, and that's just how the price action works. You know, they get people bared up by a huge reversal candle, and then they whip it right back up. So anyone that piled in on the short side thinking we're going to get a gap down or continuation just got absolutely demolished. We're still really just stuck in the same range here on the daily chart. It is bullish that we got a market close above this key resistance trend line that I'm watching. So definitely give it up for the bulls to really save their butts from that nasty, nasty reversal yesterday. There is a potential that we can now keep building off of this, but right now, obviously the big level on the S&P, you need to really take out that huge reversal candle. But if we were to do a fib retrace from this high move down here to this low, take a look where we closed today. Right at the 618. It's kind of freaky. Very, very freaky. If I actually adjust this a little bit, you can see we pierced the 618 and then got rejected. So technically speaking, 618 fib levels are very, very strong support and resistance, arguably some of the strongest support and resistance. But needless to say, it was a very, very impressive move for the bulls today off of that gap up. We had a huge gap up. It actually faded. Markets were looking like they were in dire straits We caught a big short in the markets in a variety of names, and then I had to step away. But look at that V-shaped recovery, baby. All in all, to close above that previous high gap up. So certainly impressive price action today in the markets. The volume was fairly light though on the daily chart, only 65.2 million shares. But round of applause for the bulls, round of applause for us for catching a lot of different winners. 8 winners, 2 losers, 1 draw. Congrats if you were able to bank with us on this live stream. I'm going to encourage you to definitely tune in for tomorrow's stream, as I'm sure there's going to be a lot of extra volatility as well. Tomorrow is Friday. It is VIX Crush Friday. Historically, on Fridays, the VIX gets crushed to the downside. What that means is if we follow the historical patterns, the VIX should get slammed down again. You can see today the VIX tried breaking out and actually came back in and close negative on the session. But there's still a lot of accumulation occurring in this VIX here. So pay close attention, because if the VIX does not get crushed tomorrow, it could actually start to move higher off of this level. So I'm watching for, let's see if the correlation, I believe they're on VIX Crush Friday, 83% of the time the VIX ends down on the session. That's typically bullish for stocks. So we'll see again. If the VIX doesn't get crushed on Friday, then that's potentially signifying a little bit of a character change moving into maybe the new year. So lots of things to watch. The weekly candle is certainly going to be very intriguing from a technical standpoint. It's going to give us another piece to trying to analyze this puzzle and solve this puzzle that is certainly incredible. I mean, massive volatility across the board. On that note, thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you on the charts a bit later, and stay tuned for some more updates on my YouTube channel. I'll be touching base on a couple of free educational videos, nat gas, oil, maybe a couple other markets as well. And if you're interested in my trading capital service, I run my trading service at tradingcapital.ca. You can get access to all of the trades that I do on a swing and day trade basis. And we'll be pleased to try to have you aboard Trading Capital. On that note, take care, everybody. We'll see you on the charts a bit later.